All right. Let's just jump back in. Crater in the midst. Minfilia would have you assist Alphinaud and his new station's commander. As far as I might, I cannot shake creeping sense of dark foreboding. Avail us not fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet as of late. The beast tribes who summon them are in constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain we will hear about it. And until such time as permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Scions, Eorzea is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which we may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let's speak then of more current matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alphinaud did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alphinaud has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him, support him in whatever manner you're able. Okie dokie. Oh, where is he? He's just out here. Yo, what is up? Be concise, I'm rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say. I see. Well, now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for your attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time are such that I had little choice. Which is not Russian subpricing. I don't know what that means. Which is not to say my men went for labor, though newly formed. Already a great demand for our services, where hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I've entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him I sent you. He will furnish you with particulars. My thanks in advance. Okay, but where is he? Oh, he's just... If I'd opened my eyes, I would have seen him.
Hail to you, sire. How might we serve you? Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us? These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence. Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purposes by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-woman army like you.
Okay. Fair enough. We wanted to see something for a second here now. I want to make the text from the NPC text box bigger, if possible. But without, like, changing everything, you know? Like, I don't see it being part of this. This text right here, I want to make that larger.
She is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you, the honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye, we've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of
Ask them
prize
to
money, you
speak
fought the
louder.
Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Pah! Spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to her, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monetarists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required
What's
after
up,
all.
Lucky?
I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
I mean, I'm glad to be here. We had to get exposition somehow. Take the silver piece. Oh. Our hunt for the ivy begins in earnest. Suffice to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep, may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let's return to the Rising Stones and report. Yes, let us do that. Finished mount farming with some friends. Look, is there a way to make the text from the NPC talk bigger? I couldn't find which option that might be. You know what I mean, like this text right here. Can I? Oh wait, scale window. Hold on. That's That's probably too much. I think that's okay, though. I don't care. I'm getting old and my eyes are getting tired. It's fine. Couldn't give less of a shit. We are returned from Ul'dah, Commander. Oh yeah, watching the stream, it probably helps a lot. Not a moment too soon, something has happened. Trouble? You will recall the fourth was asked... Wait, let's do that. You will recall that the fourth was tasked with reconnoitering and the rendezvous site, the IV's minion, and by the IV's minion and his Imperial contact. Soon after you left, we received word the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. Gods damn it. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Garleans are not want to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardons, we have not the time. Yeah, I get it. I'm going. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Garleans with more captives. Time is of the essence. Simply put, you're the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has a right of it. I trust you're willing, but of course you are. Now, Alian of the 4th lies waiting in the tangle near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out. She will apprise you of the situation. Oh. I guess we're flying there. Ooh, we get some good music while we do so with this thing. Right. Let's do this before I forget again. So what I think I want is background music up. Put sound effects to like 75. We'll keep voice high. Ambient sounds also down. Sorry, I just let's do 50% roughly. And then 69 because nice. Wait, I just realized something. Equalizer. Logitech Pro G 50mm? The fuck does that mean? Sure, let's put that on, I guess. Oh, now you can really hear that music. Oh, yeah. That's so much better. Christ. Sound effects have to go down a little bit more. I think just a tad, though. Like 60, maybe. Okay, let's try this again. You would aid us in the rescue mission. We are in your debt, warrior light. Now it's time is against us. Let me to brief you on the situation. Why do you have to be beside a thing that spawns here and attacks me when I'm talking to you? God, move up a little bit, you fucking idiot. The Garlands fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Resh and hauling her away the cast from yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garlands may be interrogating Resh, or worse, with her hurts. I fear she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may be in its infancy. The bond that binds us as strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while our comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. Okay. Will do. I don't actually know where I'm going. This is the wrong way. I'm going towards the tower. I do not want to go to the tower. Maybe in a bit, but not right now. Now if we could only change the mount songs. Oh, where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now, to quit this accursed place. Resh cannot move with those wounds. She'll need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Garlands will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the cast room, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we're outside these walls. That might help a little bit as well. this fucking track. So I don't know what's going on right now, but here, I mean, I'll let you guys see what the chat's going, what's going on in the chat here. Down with Pepsi. Look at all of us. We can afford it. Welcome to Polar Bear's Toll. Exercise our right to bear arms. Circle the crystal. Exercise our right to arm bears. We should make a tower. Bear arms. Let us march across the map. Line up. Drop those frames, brothers. Make a tower. To the moon. So, I guess we'll go check that out in a moment. I've awaited your return most anxiously, my friend. You've done us a great service. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe. We suffered no further casualties. Words cannot express my gratitude. It's a level 30 quest and half to... Oh. I don't know what the hell... They're talking about the thing. All that is left to report the mission success. Alright, well... Let's go see where they're building this tower, shall we? I'm guessing it's in a place here. Oh yeah. All right, let's go. All right. All at once on my count. Stay still real quick. I guess we're trying to break the server or something. I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but that is most definitely a tower of bears. It is definitely things like this that makes me miss playing MMOs when I don't play MMOs for a while. Alright. This is going to take some time even without messing around, so let's keep going. Does me well to see you thus return, though I doubt not your prowess entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess, having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission, as is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time. We can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence you will succeed. As for you, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require you to accompany me to Coerthus. I've been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you're ready. Oh, maybe this is that fucking weird-looking Saruman guy. We've been blessed with a rare opportunity, an audience with the ambassador of Holy See of Ishgard. We're to treat Sir Emeric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights at Camp Dragonhead. It's considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. It would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Emeric wishes to meet the woman behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Mayhaps you not tell me what to do before that sword strikes you in the fucking throat, trust fund piece of shit. A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador, by all means, I think it's a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Alpha now believes your presence may help him secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Antecedent, I take it she's explained the situation? She has, yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew. The question of their motives is one which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notorious reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Abalathia's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzea alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the Alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed in the Battle of Silvertear Skies. Since which time their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I've tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Alamigo. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I am not so naive to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed, you may be assured I will expound this point and others. Let's depart for Camp Dragonhead. Our old friend Lord Haurchefant is expecting us. Since our quest is to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Oh, I should just teleport from here. Save the extra load. Oh well. Ah, ever a welcome sight. Our hearts have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished patronage to catch cold while enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cloud climbs. Ah, good Master Alpha now. An honor as always. Likewise, forgive us for another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Four Thames may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak help justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Aymeric arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier. I'm told he's eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You're doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you're willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your heart sounds, I think it best we proceed to the... Yeah. Let's just get this over with. Oh, we're down here. Whoops. Okay. We've been expecting you, please, or pray take your ease inside. I shall summon the others.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Oh. Hold on. There we go.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence.
Okay.
Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard Sorma.
fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Oh no! Just when we were starting to make progress. To make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let's speak with Lord Arshafon and find out what he has learned. Well, time to do what we do best. Stabby, stabby. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such we must act swiftly. So if you'd be so kind to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. 'Twas an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant every knight was slain, every crate seized, then quickly as they appeared they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge which only select few are privy, I presume. Quite, we can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. Seems to me examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm, we must act swiftly, lest crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon your arrival, they'll gladly share their findings. I could have, yeah, I was gonna say, I could have sworn I used to be able to use a map while moving, and now it's like, something's going on where it's not working properly, and to like click in the area. Something's happening with that map. That was under what character config? I could have sworn there was like a whole thing for the map in one of these. Log details. Maybe general? Map settings. Restore map when not moving. Like, why does it disappear? It doesn't appear until I click it twice. I wonder what changed. Anyway. Move along, adventure. Nothing for... Eh? Bid you to speak with us? Then you must be beg your pardon, Scion. As you see, they left nary a crate behind, tipped the wagon for good measure. Things a bit odd if you ask me. It would be easier to just steal it. Though a damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own, hidden a way off. But pay no heed on my ramblings, absent of proof. 'Tis not but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care in the observatorium could tell you something more factual, that is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's probably up there. Yeah, there he is. You come to ask about the attack, haven't you? We came upon them before the entrance of the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as, lost and ill-equipped. For our journey further north, our leader called out to them and one step forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. It's a young girl, I thought, some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear. She leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek. Then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what happened till I saw the snow turn red. Then there was red everywhere. I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head, and by the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't, I mean, they'd have killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Iceheart spoke of deliverance and resurrection. They spoke of Shiva. Ooh, shit. Oh, yeah, okay. Now I'm excited about where this is leading. Now I'm excited. Ah, you've returned. What news you have you for us? It seems Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion Master? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who lay with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. What was the caravan's car? It was gems! Crystals! Yes! Oh my god! Okay. Diamond forged for large quantity of crystals. Do you not see Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva as a beast tribe with a primal? Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Do you agree discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphino. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren and Revenants told our entire order must turn its efforts to prevention of this summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I'm sure you will not miss this for the world. Fuck yeah, I'm so in. Persistent attacks on our caravan seem a little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Minfilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, pray join me in the White-Brim front. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Durandare have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope they have information which may help us determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Drillmong should be eager to help us. See you there then? Good. Give me a good mount. Sure. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Lord Drillmong. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, the self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearances of these pilgrims and their provisions is all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to White-Brim front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you agree we must use every resource available to us. These extraordinary circumstances, Commander, 'twould be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Aymeric. And so it begins, friend, though I dare say prove all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will not elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may be a subtler means which we can look at the heretic's lair. Perhaps Lord Drillmong has one in mind. Is this like TNT? Are we gonna blow up the ice wall? Yes, yes, excellent. My lady, everything's been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak, and it shall be done. Seems as though we're always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I'd like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess that having doubts. A joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the same result. Fortunately, we're not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guillaume? I hate French names. I can't pronounce them worth shit. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as it's a question of what steps might be taken to prevent similar breach of security in the future. Accordingly, we've conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone in White Brim Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. If this man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause, he will have taken note of the movement of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean-Ramon in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere, simply watch and listen. I've seen to it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Oh, right here. The suspected heretic leaves through the southwest gate. Follows the road east. Suspected heretics head south. Morning. Hey, where in the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bollocks off. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you so late? Standing on the wall, why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the, bloody echo. Lower your voice or they'll hear us and wipe in front. Yes, of course, the Temple Knights are in Snowcloak. Is that what you bring to me? We already knew about it. Our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels. Dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, if you waste my time again, is that clear? Boy, it sure is giving me Behemoth a lot right now. Random my ass. Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. With that, you could have heard their words more clearly. Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are the key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. We have long suspected the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Durandari, our knights, are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once, but knowing nothing of our enemy's numbers or readiness, I cannot for sure say they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of a so storied warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If Helone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy. The lives of our allies are at stake. Oh, well. Well, that's a bummer. The knights are dead. Oh. My knight sent no word of your coming. What has happened? What is that in your hand? By the Fury, those were veterans with years of service. And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No, we have not the minute spare. Not now. Not while Iceheart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others. I'll wager they're on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you follow managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable the guardman watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we have caught him sooner. Oh crap, I just skipped it. Timetable has not changed, you see. Of course it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. We must send reinforcements, even if that means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Time is of the essence. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies Snowcloak unawares. Superior training equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn, but all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there might still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir America everything we've discovered. This is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we've yet to uncover any hidden. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now we have confirmation. I shall place my knights on high alert. As Commander Levaillieu. Ugh. French names of goddamn. Braves must be made aware. Oh. Ooh. It must be here, I'm certain of it. Why would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? Tis but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we may be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confounded, this is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should be rightly straining every sinew to find her and stop this damnable summoning. There she is. Come here, girl. Get absolutely owned. That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. There's been a development. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured entrances to some half-dozen tunnels after spying the enemy breaking the surface. That's not all, sir. We think one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha, just as I suspected, amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Ishgard's lair. Summon the others. We're going in. A moment. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what's waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be a hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. Change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emeric and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go where that tunnel leads. If you find Ishgard at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown, so see that you're prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many or palpable will sulk. The entrance to the tunnel, madam, it's just over here. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we never would have noticed it. Per Sir Emeric's orders, we'll stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Okay. Man, this has been a lot of fucking politicking. I'm so glad we're finally getting to something here. Why don't we see if we can find a group for this duty, and we'll call it there. I wasn't gonna do a long one tonight, so we'll finish off 2.4 tomorrow, but I do want to see Snowcloak if possible tonight, so should just pick this back up tomorrow. I don't know. We'll give the average wait time just went back up to 11 minutes now. Yeah, you know what? We'll have to do this tomorrow. I'm getting pretty tired, so I'm gonna get a good sleep. I'll be back tomorrow. In the afternoon sometime. Probably play more of this. Maybe I should play some Chris Tales again tomorrow. And then wait until later at night to do this or something. But yeah. You're thinking to force a savior. Okay, this is not going. Okay, let's just go. God damn it. All right. Well, shit happens, right? It's more important we get this this dungeon run. Oh crap. Gotta get the dunge. That's right.
My greatest pleasure to see you return alive.
What up, Necro? Thank you for 42 months, my dude. Thank you, thank you. What is up? Door to silence. Alright, for the future, I think I can pull this whole room and AoE it. I didn't know how big this room was, and it's not very, so. I heard Palace of the Dead solo is kind of boring. Is that true? Thought I stunned him. It's also kind of nerve-wracking. So the way I understand it is that it's boring for like 100 floors and then it's extremely hard. Or something like this. If you lose on any floor. Yeah, I heard it was kind of roguelike-ish in that regard. What? Goobies! Oh my god. I just lost all the frames. Guess this is where we're going now. Well, I mean, I assume the mechanic has to do with the snowballs. That sounds like something the DPS should have been doing, though. Do you just, like, push the snowballs around, or, like, what do you do? Oh, god damn it. Why is there always something when I'm trying to get this cat away from me? Like, I'm trying to move him, and then, of course, something else has to show up out of nowhere. Oh. Door to Oblivion. I love that game. Okay. Fenrir. Very cool. All right. Thousand-Year Storm. Oh, Lord. No ads. Okay. Okay. I think I understand. I'm supposed to use that icicle for cover, right? Is that the idea? Because there's one left. Probably for that, so I don't freeze. Okay. Lunar Cry. This is, I think, what we're hiding from. Yep, got him. Eh, got him. Mechanics, bitch. Oh my god, why am I turning like that? I just typed out to them as I was tanking. Hide behind icicle. For lunar cry. Neat. I'm gonna be real with you. I forgot how to do player commendation. So I don't.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am. I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light. I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
That an aetheryte? It is. Okay, well. That took longer than... Wow, fuck you too. That took longer than I expected. What news? So, Iceheart is but a pseudonym. Not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description, that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you cleared the path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhaps they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for their fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share credit for it too. 12 be praised. We may yet turn this situation to our advantage, assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Eorzea have been busy perusing the archives of House Fortong, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The antecedent should be here any minute. I can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. I like her coat. It's so pretty. Antecedent. You come straight from the house archives of Fortune. I trust your time there proved fruitful. Would that it had. Eorzea and I scoured countless texts. What we found was of questionable accounts of Shiva's life and deeds, as far as contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, a blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another thing. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Fortune. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it's by circumstance or design. You said Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree bringing an end to endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emeric may take issue with her methods. I do not care if you stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm the tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emeric. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I expect a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of alone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required to all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. I choose to believe the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era, and scripture only tells us so much. Would that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. Aw, crap. Mayhap he does not truly believe Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was a real, living, breathing woman. Of that can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure that to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogulmog XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mogul's Guard. Saint Shiva might differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with a mighty nation who yearn for the resurrection of one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Minfilia, they have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded the preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe she teleported to another Aetheryte somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without a means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let's not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Charlayan may be able to assist us. I pray you're right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Minfilia looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of a heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite our numbers. Karthus is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for their leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than few less experienced recruits, many whom look up to you in case you are not aware. Good, I knew you would understand. Yuhase can praise you of the details. When the task is complete, come in and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilbert and I are meet there and discuss Developments in his investigation. Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in our absence. Let us leave them to our work hours as more pressing. Snowcloak was a very fast dungeon, I feel. That was pretty short. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. The third hail from Ulda. For a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But on the matter at hand, nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danafin Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part of the hunt. Never let it be said, do not earn my coin. Balls, my ankle has caught on fire, caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. The others went ahead on through Danafin Pass. Hurry, you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to look for look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Hey, look, guys, it's Will Smith. Get it? The Fresh Prince. Get it? Because he had that show. And he was... No. What up, Gunzuka? The tracks lead southeast. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There's a great scaled beast, and you, Hase. I think he went on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. Exactly. Oh. Hello. You're writing a script for a 14 video you want to make? Dude, do it. That's exciting. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks, I almost failed to notice that they doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up on me and got a knife in his gut for the trouble. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest, and lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speaks for itself, does it not? They cannot possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding area. Let me rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. Word to your mother. Necro, thing I was thinking of doing is as soon as I'm done all of the Realm Reborn and what are we in? Is this the 7th Umbral? Dawn of the 7th Umbral stuff or whatever? Astral? Or Umbral, I can't remember. This stuff, the patch stuff before Heavensward. I was thinking of doing a tier list of every main character and talking about them. And then doing one after Heavensward, after Stormblood, and then after Stormbringers, to see like how much my opinions of them change or whatever through the story. Oh, I need one of you apparently. Snowwolf Pup, 1 of 4. Alright, well, let's quickly knock this hunt log out. Okay. Discord? You heard a Discord button? That was probably you then. Hold on. You won't hear mine because I have streamer mode on, so all sounds and notifications from Discord are off. I'm through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those blue coats and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Well, stay with her then if you think you'll fare any better. Now, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Oh man, we haven't seen Yugiri for a while. Your lands ever thirst for blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it has drunk deep. No, I have done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. Got him. Fancy meeting you here. I presume your work with the Third brought you hither. What a tangled web, lest you wonder we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who had been conspiring with them. He came to our attention during the course of our investigation to the Ivy. It beggars belief, I know, but it seems our favorite Garlean spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Mr. Alpha now is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search with. I gotta turn off auto advance. It's actually making me flip out. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. That is the most generous offer, Lady Yugiri, and one I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far and shall always be watching. Comforting thought. Come, let us wait inside for Captain Aelbert to return and deliver his report. Captain Ilbert seems confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it bring us closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I shall consider us fortunate if we're spared another wild dodo chase. The gods know we have more than enough to accompany our time as it is. Captain Ilbert, your report, if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say the man could tell us not that we did not already know of Shiva. Since we handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities, we have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on shipment routes. Go on. If you will recall the flame we first identified as being the Ivy's employ, from him we were able to trace the trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring the needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Fortant. He knew the precise route of the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that's one mystery solved at least, but what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In a desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to high-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say the agent is among Raubin's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? 'Tis a most plausible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. To slip into a position of authority unmarked and remain above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of 3 grand companies, Uldaz was ever the most vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsa, Lominsa, and Gridania have long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind, under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Uldaz military is made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Robin faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained a small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been a child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now, aye. The Immortal Flames have been caught between conflicting interests, the public and private. Though monetarists ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, 'twas not out of charity they did so, but simply self-preservation. Had Nel van Darnus' ambitions been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure they would have never risked supplying Raubin with an army. 'Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Returning to the present. Even as we speak, our Domin allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any one who could be the Ivy. Desiring a deal to blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue with your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest, the third can join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals, the heretics will be looking to further supplies. Understood. I shall send word to Sir Merrick, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I am aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany. As the realm's stoutest champion, 'tis only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Politics, man. Is Necro still here, or somebody that knows this game story well? I'm just wondering, does it get less politicky at some point? Because this stuff is like okay, but it's kind of also fucking boring at the same time. Does that make sense? Like, what it's leading up to is cool, but there's way too much dialogue. There's just way too much right now. Like me, you are doubtless eager to conclude our business with Ishgard, but until another path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Moonphilly and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time they succeed, I suggest we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nofika's altar. We shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Okay. Let us go. Ugh. Oh boy. Alright, so we want the Conjurer's Guild, right? I think that's the easiest one. Yeah. The Alliance leaders await you at the Lotus Stand. Will you be joining them? Yes. Yeah, I can definitely feel that it's just a lot of story building.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
Oh, right. It's not auto anymore. I was like, go on. Go on, Connie Senna.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
Oh, I think we're getting story time, boys.
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Look at that armor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
God, the Garleans are so fucking cool. Even though they're basically just fantasy Hitlers.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
That's a pretty stupid hat, though. Pretty bad looking
so
crown.
Young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Those shoulder pads, though, make him look like a real boy.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartno dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
Okay. I'm gonna quickly hit up the washroom. Be back in a minute. Hey, Gunzuka, I didn't realize you were, until the other day, you were Canadian. Where are you from in Canada? Just out of curiosity. It will not have escaped your notice. The nations of Eorzea are no nearer to being one purpose, despite their protestations of the contrary. Plainly, threat of a rising Garlemald isn't enough to stir them. The reason for this? Deeply rooted mistrust against citizenry. The nation's leaders can all come to understand as they like, but their unity means little and less to the common folk. Take the Lominsons, for instance. Their Admiral Merlwyb outlawed piracy over years ago. Foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. Oh, you're from Alberta as well? Cool, man. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Uldan scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Ulda society, Talaji Adeleji, for example. But that is beside the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders, whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue the conflict of Cartno is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare and thereby curb their appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing. Let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. The hunt nears its end. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbert at the Adder's Nest. He'll give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Corythus, you may be sure I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. What is it that people like about Viera? I mean, there's two very obvious reasons here, but like, what is it? Why do people like bunny people? Can somebody tell me that? Hi, kitty. Like, what is it about bunny people specifically that they love? Cosplaying? Oh, okay. I mean, that is like that's a side of it I've never thought of before. I guess, maybe. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. I never got while wearing a bunny ears was seen as anything sexy. I mean, it's definitely the Playboy bunny thing, right? Is like kind of where that started. And it was more of a brand thing than it was like... Hugh Hefner, I don't think, wanted to fuck bunnies. I think it was more of a brand thing. And then people just associated with girls in skimpy like bikinis and stuff, or like skimpy outfits serving drinks or whatever as like Playboy bunnies or whatever, you know? Listen, well, the cat girls in this game honestly just look like elves, so I mean, they don't look anything special to me. I don't think. They look like weird elves. Prior to joining the Immortal Flame, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with a polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Robin chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. The monetarists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. Didn't Space Jam Bunny have some controversy not being sexualized? Well, I don't know what the controversy was besides angry nerds wanting to fuck a cartoon character being mad that her boobs were made smaller. That's really it. 'Twas no secret they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much of a murmur of protest when Royale was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy had some hold over the monetarists? I mean, she looks badass, so it's a shame we're obviously going to have to cut her head off. But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest is Royale's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Immortal Flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Robin had attended the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, yet here she is nonetheless, in some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Royale's guilt. If we catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks, every point of egress. She cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes? Yeah, sure. What's the worst that could happen? What do you have? Oh, okay. The harder version. Well, if it isn't the Slayer of Ramuh come to see me in the flesh, how fortunate that you should happen by. I was, in fact, on the verge of sending a runner to track you down. We've had some trouble we knew from the Sylphs of Little Solace. It appears the Lord of Levin walks the 12's yet again. From what I understand of the Elder Seedseer's explanation, your last encounter with the Primal was a relatively peaceful affair. There was a battle, but one for which Ramuh did not begrudge your victory. Why then has he returned to the forest? 'Tis you whom fate has chosen. Yeah, gotcha. As I understand it, Archon Uringer, King Scholar. Yeah. Harder version. Hi. Oh. Aaron. What do you like more, bunny people, cat people, or dragon people? Cat people? Thanks. What's that? Oh, thank you. Thanks. Oh, you know when I said bunny person, cat person, I didn't mean like literally somebody who likes cats and bunnies. I mean people that are half cat and half bunny. Still cat person? Why cat person? Okay. Just ask him. Okay. Royale is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate with me. I'm gonna quickly munch on my Tim's wrap for dinner, so I will be quiet for a bit. So sorry, you're gonna have to read on your own with me. Okay. Yum. Even a warrior of Royal's renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position was untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Ul'dah will have the grand company they deserve, but let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now? So the Scions seek a way to Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, for my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, have you considered training in the art of shinobi? You have the aptitude for it, I believe, so please give it some thought till next time. Alright, back to base. Welcome back. I understand Alphana has a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No, it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let's speak of another matter. I'm pleased to report we've made progress in our efforts to find our way into Iceheart's sanctum. As you may recall, Iceheart used an aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there we suspect she means to summon Shiva using crystals she stole from House Fortom Caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual, the kind employed by the beast tribes, it seems likely the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped, and stop them we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into an established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we've been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Eorzea, we have concluded we lack the expertise to develop a solution, which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such an expertise, a colleague of ours who is en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlayan. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates. Okay. Seems way too simple. Let's go to the northern gate, they said. Meet the contact from Charlayan, they said. It'll be easy, they said. Okay.
Minfilia, am I right?
Oh, voice acting. Okay.
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on aetheryte technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Okay. Let's return to the Rising Stones at once. We have much to discuss. Indeed. Voice acting, please. I have ice in my mouth.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Sweet.
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Yeah, obviously. Can't tell them apart.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits.
Here, let me show you the people I'm talking about.
And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Why did I forget the name? Era are the bunny people.
Urianger, where in the hells have you been hiding?
They are weird. You.
Like they're pretty, but they're weird.
Oh my god, I can't remember.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Dragon people.
Go on.
This is a dragon people.
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit.
They are weird.
Mine
races in
intent,
Final Fantasy.
as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance.
No. Not really.
Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it then, your missing aetherite?
I mean, that's why we called you in, right?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the aetherite.
Nothing but ice.
In that case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous! Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
Okay. I've already formed Alpha now over a plan to recreate the beacon in the matter Moonbrider described. He agreed despite the inherent danger it represents our only hope of success. He also said he wished to meet you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you'll find him waiting there when you arrive. mean, Ishgard is right here. Can't we just go, like, say sup? I know the answer is no, because their gates are all locked up. Man, I'm a little disappointed that we didn't actually fight Shiva and Snowcloak. I'm guessing she's probably a trial at some point, though. That character is a little too important to put in a dungeon as one of as a dungeon boss, so she's probably a trial. And it's probably difficult. Is Shiva not main story quest? I don't know, dude. I would assume she is at some point. She just wasn't in the dungeon. Neat. I really thought she would be part of Snowcloak. But it's fine. Again, I'm pretty sure she's her own thing, so. Good to see you are starting to worry you're having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards. He attends the interrogation of Eli and Royale and Ulda as we speak. I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the IV upon your return. I trust that. By which I mean to say, ahem, others are waiting for us at the Aetheryte. I mean, this is obviously going to work because we're the protagonist in a video game. I mean, the fact that you said is Shiva, not MSQ, tells me that Shiva is in this game, so I'll just wait for it now. I really thought she was going to be part of Snowcloak, because it kind of sounded like that's the way it was going. But I mean, of course she's part of this game. I suspect basically every summon in this video game ever is or will be part of it. In like Final Fantasy, I mean. Try tuning to the Aetheryte. Let's do it. We've done all we can. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. No, I have a feeling we're going to get there just after she summons Shiva. And then it's a trial. I assume that's where this is going. Because of meta knowledge. We cannot ignore the possibility our actions have alerted Iceheart. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten completion of the summoning ritual, and if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and I will encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Moonbride's experiments, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message from Sir Emmerich. Regrets he could not be here as you read this letter. Ishgard faces unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Warrior of light, savior of Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Alone bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Wait, what? That was a trial, right? Akafa Empathier. Oh, fuck. It is Shiva. Dope. Let's do it. Let's fucking go. Oh, wait. That was quick. Come on, man. Click the fucking commence button. Okay.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down.
God damn.
We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Oh, fuck yeah. Aw, shit, here we go again. This music is fucking awesome. Oh my god. Who said that they could be this fucking awesome? This isn't fair. Who said that fight could be that good? That's not fair. And now to be sad. I know, it's over. Now it's over. I'm sure there was mechanics in that fight that we just didn't bother with.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the keeper of the lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift.
Oh shit. The Scions are here.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Kitty, your feet are cold. By the 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Ishgard did what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravenians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. I've just never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the rising stones. Pay a visit to Wyvern Front, speak to Alpha now. He's sick about you. He's sick he's worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, do you have a headache or anything? Do you? No? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again soon. I like that. I like that she's just like seeing if maybe you were hallucinating the fact that she drew the primal into her and was used as a vessel. Like, well, that's a new one. Or a lie, I guess. That's either a new one or a lie. Why would we lie about that? There she is. None worse for the wear. Was there any doubt the warrior light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory if you would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent the loss of life, an outcome worthy. I mean, yeah. You're right, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat. The heretics have been routed. Iceheart's escape cannot run forever. In the meantime, Lord Gilmon, is the caravan ready? Supplies your men recovered, been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes.
It's my greatest pleasure to see you return alive.
Oh, hey, Homer. Thanks for the resub. 46 months of Prime. God damn. Less crystals comprise the bulk shipments, scarcely a fraction, which was promised a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Oh, an unrelated note, might I trouble you to accompany Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? Tis not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen nights to restrain him, I'm told. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. Yeah, welcome home. Ugh. What were you thinking? Wagering your very being on dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual to summon Shiva anyway? And then engaging the abomination of mortal combat by the fury. 'Tis stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages, would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder the fate of a dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture in my most hated enemy. But you're here now, and that's what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emeric, wish to have words with you and Master Alphino in private. He awaits us in the intercessory.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emeric, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is?
Catch up
Because
on
I swiftly
steak.
learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Alphanel is such a petulant little fucking baby.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you.
Trust fund baby.
On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind.
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
All right. What was the second movie, Homer? It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends of the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, Ishgard's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat in our approach in combating it. Moreover, grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, that their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could find ourselves facing the combined might of all of Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, it's better we continue this conversation in Mordona. Ah. Wait. It is in here, right? I think it's in here. Yeah.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once.
There's a new Adventure Time series going to HBO Max, starring Fiona and Cake. Interesting.
Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
As certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
The Keeper of the Lake,
Midgard was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Interesting. This is a long patch. Holy crap. I mean, it scours the annals of knowledge for Midgardsormr. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? A commotion outside. Let's see if Because keep in mind, I did about an hour and 40 minutes last night as well of this patch. Just while you are on hand, we have a problem. Royale has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain with the 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing her quitting the city via the Gate of Nald with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castrum Meridianum. I am certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what course has she but to flee her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilbert and the First are hot upon her heels. Make haste for Camp Blue Fog and join in the hunt. Okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense that she would have escaped. Because everybody, except for my character in this world, is fucking useless. If Tataru jumped, I'm sure that'd be suicide. My thanks for coming. Has spoken to the soldiers here. They say that she walked camp not a little ago. She walked right through. You do not miss here. We have Robin's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, so here we are. I guess that makes sense. Must not be allowed to reach Castrum Meridianum. Oh, Tataru was standing on a chair, was he? I didn't notice, actually. So I decided at some point in this game we're going to buy a house. So we need to save about 3 million gil or so. A little bit more. Let's say 5 million just to be safe. It's gonna be a while, is what I'm getting at. But that's a thing at some point we'll do. The housing market is fucked. Duty calls, commerce battle. Oh, okay. This wretch was with Royale. He threw himself at us so that his mistress might get away. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own goddamned harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Can you be at your computer 24/7? I cannot. This might be a bad idea, but see if I can pull everything here. That's how the house market be. Gunzuka, I didn't realize you were also a player. I'm guessing you don't play on Crystal. Hey, Yugiri's here. Fucking dope. Oh, you have a group of friends that play it? Makes sense. You haven't jumped in yet? That's fair. Bind her and do it tight. Yes, sir. That bitch could take a beating. Good work, man. She and her imperial cronies push us close, but we were better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames. People looked up to you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars. It saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of Lo, you spoiled little lordling who's never known of any want? It's true. Fuck Alphanod, dude. I... People such as you take wealth and birth for granted. You think it your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight, the injustice that we low-born Ishgardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, we're resources to be consumed. I'm telling you, man, trust fund, bitch. I did what I had to survive, stealing, killing, even whoring myself. It is no fault of mine if fools imagine me a paragon when I joined the Flames. To hear you tell it, one would think you the only person to have ever suffered. In any case, in case you have forgotten, Robin himself was born in poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than shirts on our back. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others to their fortunes. We accepted the hand we'd been dealt and played it to the best of our ability. Life was a battle. No matter what fate threw at us, we took it in the chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? 'Tis true we were both mercenaries at lowly birth, and 'tis true we both had our fair share of struggles, but whereas I sold my soul, you, Marshal, sold your comrades. If life had taught me one thing, it's that you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice and the people whose trust you have dragged through the gutter. Yeah, man, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. God damn it. God damn it. Not so much as a hint of remorse. 'Tis, well, we did the sordid business finally at hand. Friends' betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Rauban chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business.
Oh, this
no,
little
I do not foresee a
shithead.
problem on that front. The main concern is Rauban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
He's got a mustache. Does this mean he's evil? Yes. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we will take our findings directly to General Raban. That'll be the end of it. Your work done. Your work here is done. I have one last task for you. Return the Rising Stone. Surprise and failure of all that has happened. I am aware the antecedent held Royale in the highest regard. For better or worse, she wants to know how this tale ends. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I really hope we punt that little fucker too. I definitely agree. Oh, Christ. I clicked out of it.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Eline lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then.
Well, yeah, because Garleans hate primals.
But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Scions. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls. Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him,
oh my god,
the stone will not long contain his wrath.
We need a Ghostbusters thing. These are the traps and we need to put them into a giant aetheryte.
We'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
It sounds painful.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
Imagine...
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Hydaelyn placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that you will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Hydaelyn did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auricite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Like a battery.
Nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auricite. And I could do with some help. Eorzea, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Imagine having to kill somebody so much that you explode their soul so they never come back.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
Dimensional compression.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Goku would not approve.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Meteor Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command.
Ultima weapon, though.
He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war,
That's
it isn't
what I'm
hard
saying,
to
dude.
imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Triple.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as
I was
separate.
about to say, technically a triple agent, but
As
who's
neatly
counting?
as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Wayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monitorous scum. Your crimes will not go unpunished.
Still my favorite character.
Today I will purge this land of your sickness before the eyes of the 12. I swear it.
Really hamming it up. I love it.
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monitorists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs.
She's pretty great too. Nanamo will Namo.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order,
my second
not
favorite
have grounds
character.
To dissolve the syndicate.
Well, one of them.
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, mine moving to dissolve the syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness.
Listen to this
It is the duty
music.
of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It
A
will
little
not do to
melodramatic
enemy
music.
heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
Fuck Lolorito, fuck Teleji
A ruler is required to
Adeleji
take
or
a wide
whatever.
view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped.
Fuck
But
the
as you have
monetarists.
informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monitorists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monitorists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here.
She's stepping down?
When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue.
Oh, shit.
As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
That's a fucking
Your
giant
Grace,
decision.
Are you certain of this?
Seems kind of like a bad idea.
There is no other way.
Well, I don't know about that.
When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be.
The monetarists are not going to take that
Ul'dah
easily.
will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
Yeah, this is not going to work out. That is way too sudden of a change. Oh my god.
Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
All right. Oh. That's the end of 2.4. Okay. That's why that that last scene was so long. Okay. Very cool. Stepping down, surprise stepping down is not the way to do it. She has to, like, do something to, like, take power away from the monetarists, for sure, at the very least. Because as soon as she steps down, they have the most money. They're just going to hire PMCs to take her place or something, right? Like, you have to do something to, like, get rid of those evil fuckwads first. All right, 2.4 down. Let's